What up, y'all? Mic check. Cam check. How's it going? Zio, what's up? You said you're loving the new setup for stream, by the way. Is it because you got a wide screen? Yep. It's because I got an ultra wide. So I kind of had to do something different. Otherwise, I'll get the black bars in the top or bottom. So I just kind of combine the black bars at the bottom, and then put some overlays over it. So it makes it look like it's done on purpose versus uh the other thing. What are we playing tonight? Probably still more Rain of Arrows, but I might segue a little bit back into some Heartseeker. I do want to do some crossbow shenanigans. Um, and I think I also want to try some invigorating strike. Usually I do have a bit of fun doing that. It's the only thing I have not legit played that's like in my build guide, but it's so similar to Heartseeker that whatever changes I make to Heartseeker, I can just apply to invigorating strike and then be done with it. But Turtle, what's up, man? Is Rain of Arrows Heart still gonna make it further than Barrage Rain of Arrows? So when you say make it further, you're talking about like in like pit pushing sort of thing, or is that what you're asking? So honestly, the strongest variant is the one with the Orphan Maker with Puncture. It's a bit clunkier to play, but it's technically the strongest way to approach pit pushing. However, these are variants that you would not do for any other content at all. Only just for pit pushing. So, but when I say pit pushing, I'm talking about we're talking about like fishing, like leaving the pit for better mobs. So you go in, you look at the map and the mob type, you say nope, this ain't gonna work, and then you get to the boss with the good map, and then you're like, okay, wrong boss, reset. We're talking about like that's the kind of pit pushing I'm talking about. Like in that case, if you want to do that type of gameplay and that type of pushing, then you definitely want to do the basic attack with Rain of Arrows with precision. But that's the only time I would actually recommend that over the Barrage Rain. But I'll also be doing some like updates to the site too as well. So I'm gonna try to get all the guides, fully updated during stream tonight. Actually, that's kind of partially the plan. I don't have a lot to do, but I just need to just buckle down on it and actually get it done. Like I want to add the Barrage Rain into the actual guide itself. It's in the planner, but it's not in the actual guide. And it needs to be. So actually, what was I doing earlier? Oh yeah, I was doing some what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing I was trying some 1-to-1 with precision, which it's strong, but man, you can't follow the buff, which makes it nearly impossible to play. But when you get the rotation right though, if the rotation actually hits, it's like very good. But it's impossible to keep up with. All right, let's do some whispers real quick. What we got? Yeah, Pit is a whisper. 23 minutes. I guess all this is 23 minutes. A day. All right, what's the boss one? 45 minutes expiration. Okay, so I guess we'll do Pit first then. Let's see how fast we can get the 90 going. Not having a G cooldown on really hurts the build. Yep. You say your Rain of Arrows cooldown is like 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean the only way you can remedy that is rolling cooldown reduction on like a Rin. Like Rin Reveals cooldown reduction somewhere. But the problem is that if you do that, then you can't roll the ultimate skills restore primary resource, which is absolutely necessary. So it's like you're kind of like you're kind of stuck ish. You went to the dark side and put down your bow. What are you doing now, Turtle? Yeah, what's happening? Okay, wait a minute. Something's not right. What did I change? Something feels weird. It could be my runes. Oh, Zancax. Oh, the runes are fine. So what did I do? Oh, might just be better if I just equip this. Frigid. I didn't have beast fall boots. That's what it was. I literally took it off. I watched myself to take it off, and then like didn't realize I didn't. Oh, you saw? Oh, then. So my tippers are different than the Maxwell planner. It shouldn't be. Check it again. But yeah, trash maker. Yeah, that's what I call it, orphan maker. Uh, I think about 2 or 3 casts is enough to kill an elite pack on like a 90. Where am I going? How's the farm? Forgot to put the berry up. Just started. I'm not really farming as much as I am, just kind of putting final touches on Rain of Arrows at the moment. I feel like I could have did that better. Oh, Dev Trap. You went Dev Trap to the. Okay, gotcha. Down in your heart secret. Last night I put Pock and Towel and your Kyler Nameless insert to Zek on your bow. Now, and I took the 3 points from Innovation, put 1 in Deadly Venom and 2 in Alchemical Advantage. Is pretty visually satisfying. Okay, I was wondering where you was going with that. I bet, right? Because I mean, honestly, the arrow itself is pretty uneventful, right? Yeah, a lot of rogue skills don't really have any visual flair outside of like Death Trap and Rain of Arrows. Kind of really it. Flurry actually doesn't look too bad. Oh, I didn't really catch him. No. Sorry, I was just talking about couldn't hear you. Rubber screeching. All I heard was Death Trap. No, you're good. I was saying you're playing Death Trap now, huh? Raven was up. You got another mythic understated run. Okay, cool. Mihail, what's going on? How's it bill going? You pushing? Well, this isn't pushing. So, people throw that word around to mean lots of different things. So this is definitely not pushing. And I only did 90s just to see if I can 1 or 2 shot. But technically speaking, I can speed farm 100. It's kind of like this, like the same way. Wait, when did I get this? Wait, did I pick this up in the last run? I'm not. No, I wasn't flexing. It's just I don't want people going like, "Yo, I see Dockside doing 90s." Like, don't tell them that. That's not a good look for Rain. That's not a good look for Rain. When did I get this? Did I just pick this up from my last run or what? Granted, I would have won it on cooldown reduction, but still, like, I don't remember seeing this drop unless I just like, because it wasn't in my inventory not so long ago. When did this drop? Mervin, what's going on? Have a question if you do not mind. I guess 3G8 or from Maker Chaos on gloves. Is it good for any build? Yeah. On the pit push Heartseeker setup. It's mainly it, but It is Rogue's strongest pit pusher, but I don't know if you really enjoy it. But it is using that build. You said you was having the dev spawn that in your inventory for me. Yeah. Granted, yeah, I really want the GA on the cooldown reduction, to be honest. Like, if I'm going to use this, that's where it needs to be. But I guess I'll hold on to it in case I ever choose to. Well, I guess I'll do it just to test the new thing ish happening next patch. So, sure. Guess I'll hold on to it. I had to do some moving around stuff to make that happen. And I'm not about to fish or crap a bunch of helms for a GA cooldown Shaco. Alright, let's go ahead and get these whispers real quick. The market is messed up. Nothing sells but runes. I guess because the market hasn't adjusted to what actually sells for this season. Keep in mind, what we used to sell, we don't really sell anymore because like half of us lost our chaos uniques. Plus, there's no dupes right now, so like the prices that people are trying to sell things at are outrageous, like dupe prices, and we're not buying it for dupe prices because people don't have that kind of gold because gold isn't duped either. So like that's kind of and that's a good thing. The economy is actually how it kind of really should be, because that we're not used to it. You saw 2 GA decks frigid. Dang, for a 17 but yeah, no one's buying that. No one has the gold to buy that. Oh, by this way, if you have the gold to buy that, I am questioning your I won't say your sources, but yeah, I got some questions. Definitely some RMT going on in there. If you get that kind of goal at this time of the season, either that or botting, one of the two, or both. Yeah, Raven. Yo, anybody else in chat have a was it the mythic tributes? Anyone have those that want to join in a group? Me and Raven are about to form a group and do a couple of those, couple of rotas. You got one turtle? Cool. Are you on my friends' lips? Cool. Send me. Bro, let me get my whispers real quick. We'll run in a second. I'm just trying to get my whispers real quick. That's a 9. Okay, I guess I can. How long does this take? A jar of souls? Okay, this should be quick. I'm guilty of farming and not realizing I had to cash a claim for like 2 hours. Okay, turn this in real quick for another. Do you have the PvP mount and armor stuff? No, I don't. It's kind of strange. I really don't care about a lot of the cosmetics in this game. I don't. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't really like do much for me. I don't know. I want to care, but I don't. I barely care about transmogging, to be honest. And I'm kind of saddened that I don't care more. I wish I cared more. Yeah. All right. Let me get this boss whisper real quick. If you guys want to jump in with me. Mount armor and trophy, in my opinion. It's more so the fact that I think, like, with the visual design of the game, which is I have no problems with it. It looks fantastic, but I just feel like some of the stuff just doesn't really stand out to me. Like when I'm playing, I can't really recognize or see my transmog anyway. I only really look at it when I'm like in town doing things.
Panda Glass, your age
So it's kind of like,
with 65
oh man, he raised in as just doing the boss here. Hold up,
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Can I get it done?
Sheezy.
Out. Panda with the raid. Early raid too, man. You good. Were you like streaming like way earlier today or something? Or because this is an early out for you, sir. Usually I see you on when I'm like getting ready to get off. How's it going, guys? We are just kind of just chilling. Not really doing too much other than some theory crafts and things. Consolidate tabs. Stream supposed gets weird after the season start growing. Fair. I feel like I've been more of a part-time streamer now than anything. I mean, I've been part-time before, but I was streaming like 6 days a week. Anyone else got like a mythic tribute that they want to run? That was so unseen. You and your sister started avoiding. Raven just got a double GA shroud from a whisper turn in. GG, I know, right? But thanks, Panda. How's it going? Not bad. Not bad. Been pretty busy, but not bad. He teaches percussion. It better be in sync. Anybody else? Anybody else got one of these? Got one of these right here. Ascendants United. That want to jump in and run? I mean, if you have one, you get like you get 3 free runs. So trying to make sure that more people can benefit from this. Where do we find the mythic tributes? I made 5 characters to 60. I haven't seen one. They mainly drop from world bosses. So if you haven't done any world bosses, chances are you're probably not gonna have one. They also, I think one comes from one of these seasonal journey things. I think you get one from there. They also drop from whisper caches. Oh, do they? Okay. Very rarely, but yes. I get a lot of radiance from the whisper caches, but never like the ascendants or whatever. I get a lot of these. Anybody? And my Discord says that Dioxide is streaming. Is that true? All right, I guess it's looking like it's us three. All right, well, I'll TPD. Best you could do is a legendary Inferno. They want to grab and run up from chat or no? How do we make it fair though? I guess is the thought. Because normally I would say first one to say I gets it, but then there's also like lag, stream lag, and depending on where you're from, there's that kind of lag too. And then YouTube might have more lag than the Twitch does. You know what I'm saying? I remember that when I did it one time, it was like, that's not fair. I have more lag, I have more latency than they would, you know. Be right back, dog crying if we're waiting on a Ford. It's all right. Mr. Goods, do you want in? You get 3 free runs. You're on my friends list, right, from last time or no? This is like you won. I didn't do a draw. I guess kind of picked from chat. You're also one of the newer people who's been here, like brand new people that's also been here. So, not saying I don't like my vets. Don't get me wrong, but you know, having the yeah, I know. Request invite. I should probably start selling my runes. I don't have you on the thing. Your best friend Lauren. I have a best friend Lauren. Really? I was not aware. Actually, you know what? I actually did. I did have a best friend named Lauren growing up. We were like really cool. Like I was like 5 or 6 years old or like that. We were like best friends for like 2 years before I think either she moved away or I moved away. So I wonder if that's you again. I'm dead serious. I actually did have a best friend named Lauren a long time ago. Kind of back when I think it's like one of the memories I've had like of like actually living with my dad. It's like a long time ago it feels like, but like my dad has like a really deep voice which would scare everybody. But she was the only one that was not scared of afraid of my dad at all. Like it'd be like the weekend and she would come in like she'll knock on the door or whatever. She's like my next door neighbor and she's like, you know, is so and so up? And he'll sit there and say something. He's like, yeah, he's not up. And she's like, well, go get him. She would boss my dad around. It was actually adorable, I guess. Now I think about it. So like my dad couldn't even get mad because she was just so bossy. So she would come grab me or whatever. Yeah, it was actually kind of cool. All right, let me actually answer your question. I sent you a friend's request, by the way, Mr. Goosey. What's your name in game? But yeah, let me actually answer your question, Lauren, because I know you're like, wait a minute, I didn't join the stream for a backstory. All right, so I've been using your RC build. Just curious, how come you chose the Headhunter glyph on the Paragon board? Can you explain that? I just like to understand. Headhunter is like a generic fits all glyph because it gives you multiple multipliers, and it also gives you a pretty decent amount of dex for surrounding nodes. Most of the time, there's just not a better replacement for that at all. It's just a very good generic glyph. You get multiplier from the legendary bonus. You get the 10% increased damage versus elites. Also another multiplier. And then you also get, more dex value around the nose, which is actually pretty good, especially when you have percent dex on the amulet. That's why you see almost every rogue build take Headhunter in some way, shape, or form. Maybe where can I find breakpoints for the Heartseeker? We used to have it under mechanics. You can't join right now? What happened, Goosey? Yeah, we used to have it in the guides itself. I don't know why we pulled it. But basically you want to reach 11 frame for the Heartseeker. If you follow the guide, you will reach 11 frames. So he's in the League of Legends match. All right, I guess we can go. Actually, I guess say random. So I did choose Mr. Goosey. Who else was here in the chat for a bit? Psychedelic, you want in? Sorry, it's taking a bit, guys. I had to load up the game up and everything. Wow. All right, we'll just go ahead and go. We'll put it in and then choose armor. So is the rain better without Heartseeker and Shard or Wrath? I prefer it for speed farming because the movement is better. Because you cast more rain, which means that you reset your dash faster, which means you can move better. It's not stronger than the Shard of Arathio version, but for speed farming, you don't really need to be stronger. You're going to one-shot most things anyways. So but for speed farming, literally I just want to like cast and dash kind of sort of thing. But no, the one with the Shard of Arathio is clunkier, but it is stronger. But it only really matters if you're pit pushing or you're trying to do slightly higher pits but a little slower, I guess. If that's what you want to do. That looks faster, yeah. For speed farming, for sure, yeah. Because then you just cash and then you dash and then you just leave everything behind while it dies. Because I'm only Paragon 8, I don't know how I do in a T4 group. Well, I mean, it's Undercity. All you have to do is just like walk to the exit. Everything will be dead. Yeah, man, the sound from the shotgun sound from Random Arrows. I do feel like I like the sound of it, but I do feel like it's kind of overtuned. Like the audio, I feel like it's loud. It's louder than it should be, but I do like the sound. Am I gonna use Hit and Run when the update on Tuesday? No. The only build that can really make great use of it is Death Trap. I don't think I can move enough with Random Arrows to really make use of Hit and Run as well. But keep in mind, it doesn't refresh. So like you have to like cover a lot of ground. How hard is it to transition from Heartseeker to Random Arrows? It's a pretty different build. But the only thing that really, well, I mean, I would say some of the Chaos Uniques you do reuse, and you do reuse the Shard of Varathia. So I don't think it's hard to transition. You use much of the same glyphs except for one. Hit and Run can benefit DOA. What's DOA? Sounds like one of those like wrestling groups, old school wrestling groups. NWA. DOA, or Dead or Alive, the video game. Dance of Knives. So yeah, Dance of Knives can too, but you have to. So here's the thing that people don't fully understand, right? You have to travel far to get one stack of the buff, and then when you get one stack of the buff, it doesn't refresh when you travel the distance again. So it stacks, but it doesn't refresh. The only reason why Death Trap is so good with it is because you're dashing like 3 times a second, covering so much ground so quickly to where you can actually get like 6 stacks of it or whatever before the other stacks start to fall off. You can't get nearly that many stacks with Dance of Knives or even like Random Arrows, to the point where a Beast Corner just becomes better in general. So it's not about just moving. It's about how far you move in a certain time frame. And Dance of Knives moves at your movement speed. Right? So it's kind of like you can get about 2 stacks, roughly, at all times. But that wouldn't beat a Beast and Cornered. Well, if you can spend energy, I guess with Cax, then the Beast and Corner would technically be better. If you can't spend energy, and then Hit and Run would be fine with Dance of Knives. Yeah, that's twice I didn't get a mythic. So no. So yeah, Beast and Corner will still be better for like most builds. Trying to think. Yeah, 15 meters is like a lot. Bach is 5 meters, and like that seems like it takes forever to proc that to proc it on any build that isn't Death Trap. I'll probably gear up into some Invigorating Strike for a little bit, which should be very easy to do. I'll just take my Heartseeker build and change like 1 or 2 things. the rain tempers on his build on Match the Macro Guide. It should match the planner I gave you for the victimized version. What do you have for yours? That I'm playing right now. Yeah, this is victimized. Victimized with the barrage rain. This one is not on Macro yet. It will be tonight. Is there a shadow step build with random rails? Nah. Yeah, the precision version, Mr. Goosey has one primary resource restore, and the other one I believe is innervation. Can't decide which one you want to go with. I'm gonna tell you this one is this one feels more fluid to play. People tend to like the more spammy version, which makes sense. The other player now, can I join? I think we just went through all of ours already, because we have 3 total. Yeah, I think we just used 3. We just used 3, didn't we? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think we did. That was 3, right? Because I didn't get a mythic on the first 2 runs. Yeah, I got a Tyrio's Might. Should do, what is it, rings? Because I did want a shot at Chaos Uniques, I guess. Scoundrel's Kiss. Alright, GG's, guys. Okay. Alright, well, let's let's do something different. Actually, before we do, let me see what the whispers are. 20 minutes for world boss. There is a whisper for in front of hordes. I'm already on Rain of Rail, so I might as well do one. Yeah, I got. So it's like a 50% chance to get a mythic from that tribute. So it's like they're really highly sought after, and they're usually very expensive. Like people pay good gold, like good amount of gold to get carried in one of those or whatever. I can't wait till they actually fix the spires on Tuesday, man. And the Hellborn, I guess. Spires feels proper DT. I bet. Will there be anything else you update in the planner you sent me, or is that as good as you're gonna get, kind of thing? So whatever updates I make, you will automatically see it in that planner. But yeah, I looked through it earlier today, and what you see in the planner right now is exactly what it is now. I just haven't put it in the written guide yet, but the planner itself is updating. I do plan on doing that tonight, though, like during the stream. I'll do that behind the scenes. Really? Got these spires. All right, chaos. By the way, the Maxwell Rogue did a podcast, Rogue podcast earlier today. We normally do like maybe, or we're trying to do like 2 podcasts per season, like one to talk about the PTR findings or whatever, and then one like once about a week or 2 into the season. Normally I don't put them on my YouTube channel, but Ava and Matthias probably has them uploaded on theirs, on their YouTubes. Appreciate the follow. Crazy voice crack there. Do you cast rain every shot? Is that what Beast Fall is? So how do I manage to spend all the energy? So the Beast Fall. So in this setup, the only reason why you use Beast Fall boots is for the second half of the unique affix. Core skills consumes all of your energy. So if you have 150 energy and you have the right amount of cooldown from Rain of Arrows, one shot of your core skill resets Rain of Arrows. So you're basically holding down Barrage and Rain of Arrows so you can do this. And you just kind of cycle that, which works really well with Cax and stuff like that. Chance to spawn. Otherwise, I really don't like the Beast Fall boost. Like that's having to wear the Beast Fall boost is what makes the Shard of Varathio version a little stronger, because you actually have a multiplier for the Chaos Armor, whereas Beast Fall boost it doesn't give you any damage at all. It just helps you cycle. So you didn't see the boost in the build guide? Yeah, it's not. This is in the planner. I'm gonna this variation isn't in the build guide, but it will be tonight. Because everybody wants the strongest. It's very hard to cast like that without him. Well, yeah. I mean, this is the 1-to-1 version. With the one with the Shard of Varathio, you're technically building 3 precision stats before casting Rain of Arrows. So it's a 3-to-1 ratio versus 1-to-1 ratio, which is what you're seeing right now. Yeah, but I kind of did the Shard of Varathio version as a main spec on Max Roll because everybody wants the quote-unquote strongest version, right? Which one is going to get you the, higher pit or with the bigger numbers or whatever? And the reality is the Shard of Varathio one is a little stronger. It's not faster moving around, but it is stronger. You don't need to be stronger for this kind of content, but trying to convince people that is like really hard. Because people look at the pit leaderboards and like take it like it's the Bible, and it's hard to get them to understand that like those kind of builds are not the builds you use for every other part of the content. Is just for that specific activity. But yeah. My goal is always the easiest build to kick while T4 farming. But given the power creep this season, that is a lot of builds, right? At that point, you kind of choose which one has the better mobility, I guess. Without like, you know, being a piano build to play. My boons have been kind of bad. Like, pretty shitty overall. Oh man, this is good too. Like, this is good, but like, this is I'm kind of getting this kind of late though, so whatever. We'll go with this. I don't play the piano, I play guitar. This season has been Dance Nazri, yeah. Dance Nazri is really cool looking with the like the poison trap variant. Looks really, really cool. No, I had a bunch of things over there. I didn't see it until it was too late. This has been real awful though. Alright. So this is good. It's like literally at wave 8. This my Aether count should spike up a little bit though. Maybe. Let it be something good. Please let it be something good. Mass. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Josh, what's going on? I didn't get event spawn faster or nothing. This has been a pretty awful run for boons. Under 1,066, unfortunately. Probably one of the worst case scenario of like boon options I could have gotten this run. How good is that dagger? Crash. Fist of Fate. Pretty sure I got one. Yeah, the exact same one. Turn to whisper and then do some invigorating strike for a little bit. Yeah, I think I might do a little bit of Heart Seeker after that, and then we'll update build guides. I'll start with Brand of Rails first. That seems to be the thing that's probably the most curious about in terms of the update. So we'll do that as the first guide. I tend to see. We're boss in 5 minutes. Get your mythic keys. Gotcha. All right. Trying for your plan again. It just sent me out. How many chaos? Yeah, or mythics for helmet. Paladin Nameless or God Slayer's crown. Either one works, honestly. Yeah, you can also put in. You can also throw in Grasp of Shadows for now too, because I mean it is ranks to marksman, so that does help your random arrows. All right, let's equip. My runes are. I wonder if I really should be changing out my stuff right before the world boss. 'Cause I know I'm not gonna be ready by the time the world boss spawns. I might as well just wait then. Yeah, I could still just play Heart Seeker until the world boss is done. It saves the whatchamacallit, doesn't it? So Zan. Sursa. And then Neom for now. Trying to keep my stuff somewhat semi-organized. Put in there. How'd I do that? Where's my crossbow? I think I kind of want to use crossbow. I didn't change anything out of this thing at all. I'm gonna throw Sir in this though. All right, we're a boss. Why not a crossbow? I mean, you can. It'll just fire a little slower. So basically, you'll fire 20% slower, but you'll deal about 20% more damage. So if you want to hit harder but fire a little slower, then you can do crossbow instead of bow for the random rails one. The only reason why I tend to go with the bow on that though is because if I'm doing the one-to-one spam with barrage, I'm more concerned about speed, being fast, and so I'm more nimble having a bow versus having a crossbow. If I'm trying to hit harder, I might as well go with the precision variant with the Shard of Varathru, if that makes sense. Speaking of which, I think with the Shard of Varathru version, I probably should. Probably could go with the crossbow. Crossbow might actually make more at that point. Penitent Greaves or Flicker Step? Penitent Greaves. If you had to choose between one or the other, Penitent Greaves for sure. Is Heartseeker the best? Depends on context. You mean like, does it do the most damage of all the rogue builds? Is that what you're asking? All right. Well,
Thank you.
that is what it is. You know what? Actually, let me do a little bit of Heartseeker, I guess, before I do Invigoration, since I already have it up, technically. I don't even have my right aspect on here. Adapt. Chill, cold clip. DOS perks are where they need to be. Okay. Alright. But let me do. I guess we could keep it as this for a run. Normally I do it with the bow, but we'll crossbow it. Also, I kind of need to change out this. Actually, I don't really need to. The 156% damage is the same thing as having vulnerable damage anyway. Not even mad at it. Guess we just roll. Guess I'm missing one elite pack somewhere. In the middle. There we go. You have the option that makes the screen shake. Once I turn it off, my brain starts perceiving the screen better without that motion. It's in the game screen settings. Oh, I know. I prefer to have it on though. I like when the skills or whatever actually has weight to them. Like I totally get what you're saying, but I actually probably one of the few people that actually enjoy those kind of visuals. Let me do it the other way. Hit the swap. Actually, where is it at? There we go. Correction, you're the only person. Fair. I just feel like rogues don't really have much weight. Like most of the stuff just isn't really like visually unappealing. So if if the screen shakes or whatever, it makes it look like I'm actually doing something. It's definitely a mental thing. It's funny because like I leave it on all the games. Like any games I play with that option, I just leave it on. No, I grabbed the pylon. I didn't mean to. It's a nerf to my damage. Trying. I don't like think about it like when I click it until it's too late. Blame was up. Yeah, it's a pretty slow run. Alright, let's do some invigorating strike. Tuned in to falsely toxic and pew pew sounds. Do you prefer the pew pew of the crossbow or the pew pew of the bow? How can I serenade your dreams there, sir? Let's I guess I can just pull any dagger really. Why do I have this one mustache? Oh, we'll use this one. Crossbow every day. Okay, so we need invigorating strike cleaves. Such a low roll though. Doesn't really. I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day though. It just needs to cleave. Open my low rolls.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
That's also like mineral. Jeez. All right, game. I see you. I see what you're trying to do. Oh, we go with Behemoth. Got another.
Very well.
We'll just send the master workings. Oops, wrong one. Kind of do want at least one invigorating strike cleave. Or dex, that's fine. It should make one of my melee basics AoE by default. Yeah. Yeah. I would have agreed with that. Okay, so there's that. All I gotta do is now go from victimize to momentum. Momentum needs to be in place of Behemoth.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
That'd be better than Behemoth. Yeah. Then we got move Heartseeker. We're in Vig. Oh, by the way, Water Hakan is actually quite good on Heartseeker. By the way, if you play Victimized version, you can actually freeze in like one maybe two cold clip shots from Heartseeker, and you get like your Frigid Finesse like up almost nearly immediately, and therefore you can like just burst down at least like extremely quickly. Because of the extra ranks into the imbuements, especially cold imbuement, because you get like +8 to 10 imbuement ranks. So like your chill bonus is like super high. It was kind of fun for a little bit. Which I pinched out this season. I have not. But who did? Matthias did. And he wasn't really a fan. Okay, what else do I need to play here? I got that. We need to go at the flurry as well. We're just remove traps for now, because we're gonna do just a speed variant. We'll do that, and we need to change runes. So, Absurse. Oh, I just realized. Yo, I've been, I just realized, Blame. I did both of those 95s without Cax. No wonder I felt a little bit off. I keep doing like Cax, just Heartseeker only. No, how'd you go from one extreme to the other? If I didn't play Pinshot, it means I only played Heartseeker. There's like a whole middle between those two things. Nah, I played like 6 different builds so far. I played Heartseeker, Renoveros. I'm about to do Invigorating Strike now. I've done two different versions of Heart. So 3 different versions of Heartseeker, 2 different versions of Rain of Arrows. I've done Rapid Fire. I've done Barrage. 2 different versions of Barrage. Been making a roll tonight. Okay. Been a druid, but using your bow. So I'm guessing you're looking for a strong bow build. That every season you make Heartseeker? Yeah, I do. I mean, I tend to make most of the bow rogue builds every season. People happen to know me for Heartseeker because of like the earlier days when I used to do a lot of video guides on that early on. So like that kind of gets branded on me in a sense. But I do all the bow rogue stuff. I just haven't done pin shot this season just because that's the only bow rogue build I'm not responsible for on Maxroll anymore, like Matthias is. So like when he tests it and he does stuff, I just listen to his opinion on it. And if I think it's fun, I'll make it. If I don't, then I won't. Sort of thing. What build seems to be the best run so far? Depends on the content you're playing. If you're doing pit push, then the dual basic Orphan Maker build with the Heartseeker and Forcer Arrow is technically the best. If you're looking for efficient T4 farm, Depth Trap is the best way to go, but it's super hard to gear into. If you're looking for good all-around builds that does, like everything pretty well, standard Heartseeker, Flurry, Rain of Arrows, Dance of Knives, Death Trap, all 5 of them do well. So it just depends on what you're wanting to do. There is no like one size fits all as being the best at everything. When you do pin shot, I'm not sure how it will go in a T4 compared to other builds. I think you technically can do. I mean, you can do pin shot in T4, but you're gonna have to have pretty decent gear for it to feel good damage wise. Hordes is your favorite thing to run. Well, pin shot should be good. Should be pretty decent in Hordes. Just know that you're gonna have to kind of put in some real gear effort to do that though, because it's not like an inherently strong skill, but you can make it strong enough for T4. So that is a thing. Ava, question for you since you're here. I gotta run to work. Okay, never mind then. I was actually wondering if Cry actually procs Pangorger's Mark. Because technically it's a skill, right? I have a list of things. I just don't feel like pulling it up. I don't know where it's at. It's like buried somewhere.
Dracula rated my stream with 11 views.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
What's going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, sir? With the raid, how's it going? Oh yeah, okay. So Cry does proc Penguin. Okay, cool. So I can actually go Cry instead of going Seth for the Wolves here for this. And this should be fine. How's your night? So far, not bad. Am I back in the Heartseeker or still running rares? I'm actually about to do Invigorating Strike. Yeah, and then we do Ahu Cax. Where is my Cax? There it is. The Neocry, Ahu Cax. Alright. And we got the right invigorating cleaves. I think I got it all right. Anyone use Doombringer this season? Honestly, I don't think so. I'm messing with you on that B every time. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, but I guess we'll find out as I'm playing what I'm missing. Shank Rogue online. This actually feels incredibly good. What do you think about the new patch? I think it's okay. I'm not the biggest fan of the route they went with Orphan Maker, but I don't hate it, but I think it doesn't really help anyone, really, honestly. Other than like maybe 3 people. I would prefer much more of a quality of life approach fix or whatnot versus just more damage. But other than that, I think the imbuement chaos thing being stronger is fine, but we still can't use the actual perk because Cold Clip overrides it. I don't know why that isn't being really fixed. Clone being able to overpower on unstable power chaos perk really only applies to the dual basic heart secret thing. Again, only really affecting like 2 or 3 people maybe max. I think it's alright. I'm hoping that the front of horde changers are actually like really good. Like the Spires thing, the Spires change and the Hellborn fix. It's gonna make that feel a lot better. Wow, that hurt. I wonder if I ran out of whatchamacallit. Oh no, I still got them up. I must have had like a really low barrier. It was exactly like I thought it would. I didn't realize Cry. I forgot Cry actually procs the Penguin Mart. Totally forgot about that.
Potato, potato,
So that's like good.
Potato, 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 potato.
Decoy, what's up? Oh, it's not decoy. It's somebody else. Control, what's up? Usually that's a decoy thing. How's it going, sir? Yeah, when that procs, I swear. Buff other rogue builds, not only the best one. It's not so much like you're buffing the best one per se. It's just that it's buffing the way that 99.999% of players won't be able to truly take advantage of. So it's a buff that literally caters to like 0.00001% of players, which doesn't really makes too much sense to me, but okay. Like they could have buffed it. They could have gave it the same kind of buff, but in the form of like relaxing the attack speed penalty or the reload attack speed penalty by 50%. So therefore it could feel a bit better and still kind of give us, you know, kind of a similar buff in terms of overall output. And therefore everyone can enjoy it, right? Or maybe, hey, I might actually do T4 content with this now in a sense. But yeah. Just get ready to reload? No, that kind of has to be there. Because I mean, it needs to feel like something different. Because if they got rid of reload, it'll just feel like Rain of Arrows, but just with a core skill or a basic. So there needs to be a distinct difference of gameplay feel. So I don't really mind the mechanic as much. I just think that the penalty is too big. Yeah. Ideally, I like to have a different playstyle. So like that being a different playstyle is fine. But I think it's just too harsh. I think the penalty is too harsh in my opinion. But the concept is fine. In my opinion. Alright. Can I slaughter elites before they become unstoppable in the T100? That is my next question. Yeah, 'cause like I said, if you remove the reload penalty, like the penalty or like that, then literally you would spam it just like Rain of Arrows, but you just do it with barrage instead and stuff, or 2 basic attacks instead. Wow, actually, this is actually going way better than I thought. Holy. I don't have cow traps either. Oh, come on, die, please. I'm getting stuck on my things. Why can't I cast? hate when that happens. Like there's like a pillar or something that gets in the way, and like I can't cast. Like right there, same thing. Come on. I was doing so good at the start, and then my last 3 elites became unstoppable, unfortunately. Way too early. Like right there. Why am I lagging so much? Yeah, that was actually rather interesting. So Hordes is your favorite thing to run? I think it will be after patch when they fix the Spires thing. I really like Hordes, but then that Spires issue makes me want to like throw everything out the window. Literally everything. Okay. So let's remove this for cow traps and do a full damage output version. Cards of Wrathio are expensive on trade site for sure, because the Heartseeker pit push version is so is the strongest rogue pit push thing. So yeah. Also, I think Barb also uses it for some setups, so there is that too. Yeah, see, I can't cast right there. What's going on? Yeah, when I can cast, I'm fine. But it's when I can't cast, sometimes. It's really annoying. Yeah, Invigorating Strike is kind of shredding right now. Yeah, I couldn't cast for a second. What's going on? Like I'm running into some like latency issue stuff. No. I hate grabbing that shrine so much. Makes me so mad when I grab it. Guess I went the wrong way. I stream full time? No, I don't. I am a teacher outside of this, so this is not my my job. Definitely not bad though. I'm actually kind of impressed with the Vigorating Strike, not gonna lie. He's kind of have the same, I'm gonna call it issue, but like just the idea of being able to move around quickly. There's only but so fast you can go. Right? You can only go as fast as your dash resets. So, but in terms of kill power, it's actually kind of cool. You said Necro use it as well for two big builds. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's a very popular weapon. Do this one more time. Make TB great again. You saw that? Oh, really? No, I can't cast. It's kind of missing when I play some Forest for real. Not gonna lie. Really? That was bad. Oh, my barrier fell off. What is doing the damage here? The same thing as for Heartseeker. Any basic attack build. Basically Pain Gorgers and Shadow Clone. Yeah, I'm just using an Invigorating Strike as the base that everything scales off of. Yep. I mean, you can pretty much go a lot of different basic attacks really in terms of like a single basic attack build. Most of it kind of scales the same as that way. I would do Blade Shift if it was if I can actually move with it. Does it have a cleave? It does. Okay, that's mace. Okay, that's fine. I was like, I thought it might have had P. Diddy on this track. I had to like remove the song. Alright. Pull. Okay, now I kind of really want to play with the cry rune this time though. Force for arrow. I think I do have a force for arrow weapon still. There it is. Okay, so we'll just do that. And we just switch here to here. Let's go like the speedier route. So no trap. And we'll switch. Okay, I have 2 points. Trying to figure out where I got those 2 points. Oh. Did I? What was the other thing I put that point into? I don't remember where I took that point from. Probably there. Okay, and then we'll do forceful. I have crossbow this time. I guess I'll keep the crossbow. It's fine. And we'll leave cry there because I'm gonna be knocking him around a lot. So I'm gonna have to try to get the pull in. Now I try to figure out how to make Shadow be good. Good luck, man. Let us know if you find anything. For discovery, which I'm trying to get to work, is if taking improved flurry, that's the mobility attack. So yeah, they actually put that in the patch notes for PTR last season, or the PTR in the PTR this season. I put it that way. Yeah, that was a really good change that they made for flurry. Fine. I'm making them unstoppable way too fast before I can do anything. It's actually challenging to get my child clone to hit where I wanted to. That's why these mods are just taking too long to die. Come on, clone, do your thing. Either that or I must have like not equipped something correctly. Just found some Protector Necro. Metamorphosis Flicker Step. Chaos Armor, 3 evade boots. Evade cooldown temper. Perma Unstoppable. I hear Necro usually have issues with not being able to have a good source of unstoppable each season. I'm not liking this as much as I will like. I like the push and pull. I feel like I should be doing a bit better than I am right now in terms of clearing wise. I wonder if I forgot to swap something. That's kind of what it feels like. But this should be down to like maybe 2 or 3 hits on like a 95. This is taking way too long. I wonder what I forgot. Here's an easy way to go about it. I'll just equip from my armory and then put the dagger in. See what happens. Therefore, I know I'll have everything I need. Correct. Okay, so we just swap the dagger. And then what was my runes I had? Sursa versus okay, Neocry still there. So Ahu Max. Alright, that should be it then. Something else should need to change. Oh, skill tree before I forget. I almost forgot. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, so this is definitely a better run. I don't know what didn't get changed where. Come on. It push very for hard so you can lose the speed. Of course it does. Because you're trading speed for power. Can't have both. All pit push builds generally are like that. Because you're not, speed is, at that point you're not trying to get through the rift fast. You're just trying to do more damage. So that's why the pit push variant usually doesn't really apply to any other part of the game except for pit pushing. So yeah, usually I would never really play a pit push version of any build unless you're actually going to pit push. Yeah, that was my fault. I legit decided to stand right inside of it. So I don't like this as much as I thought I would. All right, I kind of did everything I kind of wanted to do. I'll work on build guys after this run. Invigorating Strike definitely felt better than Forceful Arrow did. Here it did. I need to move it up a little bit on the pit push. Like move it into A, like bottom of A. It almost feels like my clone isn't attacking for some reason. That's why my damage feel like it's so sporadic. Cause like there were times where like I felt like I was doing no damage, like literally none, even during the stagger phase. So something's going on with the Shadow Clone and Forcer Arrow. I'm just not gonna take the time to figure it out right now because it's not a popular variant at all whatsoever. So I'm really not going to do it. Maybe later on when I'm like bored of the season. Heartsigan I'm running, which is better, Grass or Shadow Helm with GA and ultimate damage? And Marksman Skill or Fist of Fate Helm with GA lucky hit chance. What do you think? Well, you kind of want both of them. So whichever one, your Grasp of Shadow seems to have rolled better. So I would run that on the Helm and then run the Fist of Fate somewhere else. The GA on lucky hit chance doesn't really matter that much, except the other stats don't matter either. So it's just better to have it on lucky hit chance, but it doesn't change anything in the build, to be honest. But the GA on the marksman skills for Grasp of Shadows actually does matter quite a bit. Aven, what's going on? Cool. Alright, let's get this Whisper. And then we'll do guide stuff. Or planner stuff into guide stuff. I will say I will not be streaming Monday night, only because it's like the night before the patch. And I'd rather just stream Tuesday instead when the patch is out with the new changes. They're part of Pancake. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. Yeah, but for those who are here, especially like anybody who's been here for a while, I'm pretty much down about four days a week, especially during March Madness season. Right now, so 4 days a week streaming. Trying to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, but that might the days of the week might change. But just know that it'll be at least 4 days a week, or at least we're at most 4 days a week now. I'm just too busy to allocate more time than that, unfortunately. Well, I won't say unfortunately. I like doing the other things I do too. So just trying to have a balance. Four and 7. Now we. Yeah. Also, Twitch has been kind of interesting in the recent. Made it harder for smaller creators in general. Surprised there hasn't really been a bigger uproar about it, but it is what it is. You mean Chief? Yeah, well, I get, yeah, fair. Yes. Very much so. But it's more so the fact that like without telling anyone, they basically reduced the ad revenue for smaller streamers by like 70 to 80%, and are suggesting that we run double or almost triple the amount of minutes of ads per hour to try to recoup some of that income back. And I refuse to do that. Like, you're forced to run 3 minutes of ads to not get the pre-rolls. So I do 33 minutes and 30 seconds of ads, which is, I'm not going to do more than that. I'm just not going to do that. Like, people hate ads as it is already. And I'm not trying to do like 9 minutes of ads per hour. That's just stupid. But the bigger streamers only got like a 20-25% hit from ad revenue, and that Twitch is now like, taken from them. But the bigger streamers got almost 75 to 80% cut. And for the smaller streamers, considering that that's where most of their ad revenue is, like with the smaller streamers, me being in that category, like that was like a huge hit to, the smaller streamers' income. Like the bigger streamers' income more so comes from like the subscribe, like the sponsorships and like endorsements and like, even more so subscribers. The smaller ones is like, if they run 4 to 5 minutes of ads per hour, like it used to be kind of okay income stream if you do it enough with enough people on your stream, like maybe 100 to 125 CCV, concurrent viewers or like that. Now it's like pennies, and it's actually kind of awful. It's like really awful that they did that and not tell us, not say a word about it. So anyone that was like, relying on this like as a part-time or was trying to go into full-time, just completely just got gutted. It's already like extremely hard to go to full-time as it is, but like now it's like nearly impossible if you're not already there now after that cut. Not unless you have a lot of money stashed away until you can make it big, because otherwise you're losing a lot of money doing it. I can speak. I don't think any streaming website has made money, which is why they all fail generally. Well, yeah. So like, I do know that. Like, that Twitch is bleeding for sure. It gets kind of I think it's just kind of a awful model to not tell the people on the platform that, hey, remember that little split, the average revenue split that I told you were gonna get? Yeah, we're gonna like cut that by 80% and not tell you that we're doing that. It's like saying like doing like a side gig, right? And so you're doing like a second job or third job for some extra income or whatever. Let's just say that, right? And then that side gig is like, yeah, we're just gonna pay you 80% less this week. Nothing that you did wrong or different, but for the exact amount of hours you work and the exact amount of work, we're just gonna pay you 80% less going forward. But not tell you that we're doing that. You're just gonna see on your paychecks going forward, which is exactly kind of what happened. But yeah, it is. I do understand that they do have to find a business model that works for them to sustain Twitch, right? Which is why they did what they did, right? But I don't know, man. I just think Twitch just needs to find a better business model that doesn't screw over the streamer as well as the viewer, like forcing more ads on the site by removing a lot of the ad revenue isn't helping the viewer nor the streamer at all. Like, in fact, it's going to only hurt the bottom line and end up having people not wanting to watch even more. So like, I don't know, like I can't really think of a really good business model that they can use to be profitable, but I think what they're doing right now is also not good. So I don't have any good solutions, but I'm not pretending that it isn't the problem that they're trying to fix for sure. The thing about it is that Amazon bought it knowing the model initially, right? So it's kind of on them. Like, you bought it knowing what the business model was at the time, and the fact that it was kind of bleeding. So, and not like I feel sorry for Amazon by any means. You knew, like you knew. and you guys had trouble getting the Lilith's Wall, can't drop on my necro. I had problems getting a Roto Hakan. I think some of the Chaos Armors are like weighted. I don't think Blizzard's gonna tell us that it's weighted, but I think they are. Like people has made reports of how many Mother's Embrace and Endurance Face that they gotten in the season before they got one of the ones that they absolutely needed, just a drop period. So I think some of the ones like Lilith's Wall might be a weighted one. So especially if people count on that for extra bill money and it's not just BS extra money. Well, for me, Psychedelic, I think I was doing good enough to where Twitch and YouTube started becoming like a second job, like the second source of income. As a teacher, I can't really rely on that source of income as a main. So I got to do something else as well as teach. And so I used to work in a restaurant. I used to serve in a restaurant, and that was my second job while teaching. And then streaming at the time was just kind of like something I did for entertainment at the very beginning. But I started doing good enough to where streaming and YouTube was enough of a secondary income where I could drop serving and then I could stream more. So that's how it worked out. So then I started relying on it as a second source of income. But this year, when they gutted the ad revenue by 80%, I no longer can do that. Like, it literally becomes like, now I gotta do other jobs now, other gig jobs, or go back to doing secondary gig jobs to be able to support the things I want to do while teaching because of what Twitch is doing. And I felt like I kind of earned that spot. Like I felt like I earned that place to where it could be my secondary source of income. It wasn't the main, and I wasn't looking for it to be a main, but it was good enough to be secondary, right? But now no longer at all whatsoever. Like it's just it's bad. But that's not why I went down to 4 days a week. I'm going on 4 days a week because I'm legit just really busy in the fall season. But even if I wasn't busy, I probably still have to do 4 days a week because I have to work a second job. I just wouldn't be able to afford to do this 6 days a week for like 6 or 7 hours a day. I wouldn't be able to afford it with the way Twitch has been in the recent, unfortunately. Which is, again, nothing to y'all. It's just Twitch being whatever Twitch are being. You're gonna just watch 6 of them and you're saying it doesn't help you much. Oh no, no, not really. It's very, very little right now. It was small before, but it's like the 6 ads you watch is probably like worth pennies. I'm not even lying. Like literally like worth pennies. Like you probably contribute like 13, 14 cents maybe for all 6 ads that you just watch. And that's being generous, maybe. That's how horrible. And like I don't even have a lot of ads running on my channel. I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds total per hour. And that's on the low end. I have to do 3 minutes to prevent the pre-rolls on stream. So I'm forced to do 3 minutes. So I guess tack on an extra 30 seconds or whatever. So I do not do a high volume of it, but yeah. Think of ads as 1 cent per active viewer. Yeah, pretty much. And sometimes not even that. It just really depends. But if you want me to be like real, like for real, like super transparent, I'm gonna tell you this much. I'll probably end up streaming for about 4.5 hours, right? 4.5, 5 hours tonight, with a concurrent viewership of about 100, roughly. So within the 5 hours, with about an average of 100 viewers watching in the 5 hours, I might make $2 and some change, maybe from ad revenue at 3 minutes and 30 seconds of ads per hour. That's being 100% transparent with you. That used to be about $30 roughly, maybe, for like 5 hours at my concurrent viewership. With like $30, $35 somewhere, which is actually again, for a side hustle that I do for fun and love talking to you guys, yeah, that's cool. That's how it used to be. Like last year and the year before last, or whatnot. That's how it used to be. It's like $2 now. Like maybe if that. Like I won't make enough after the stream to supersize my McDonald's order. And again, I'm not doing it for the money, but I just want to let you guys know like how bad it's become for creators on Twitch. So if I'm on, it's definitely not for the money by any means. It's because I legit enjoy being in front of you guys and doing the things that we do here and provide the chill vibes late night that you guys all know and hopefully love. All right. So you basically make all your money from subs. So subs is actually the biggest source of income right now from Twitch. Whereas for me, it used to be ad revenue. Turbo helps a lot. Turbo's really like Turbo. Well, I'm saying it helps a lot, but Turbo. Ironically, I put it this way: the play would be this. And I'm not suggesting anyone do it from a viewer side nor a streamer side. But ironically, if everybody had Turbo, right? If everybody had Twitch Turbo, and then the content creator could literally jack up the amount of ads per hour that they run, like 22 minutes of ads per hour. Let's just say hypothetically, that yeah, I'm gonna do 22 minutes of ads per hour, which is an insane amount of ads. No one would ever do it. But if you have Turbo, you won't see it, but we'll still get credit for it because you have Turbo. So Turbo is almost like watching those 22 minutes worth of ads. And that would be actually pretty decent for the streamer. But it will only work if everybody had Turbo. But obviously it's not the case. But that would be the way to kind of like game the system for Twitch. No, but anyways, yeah. Like yeah, subs is the bigger source now, whereas before it was the ad revenue. Channel being subbed, right? So if you're sub, well, I mean, if you're sub, you don't even get the ad, right? So like it doesn't. If you're sub, it doesn't count as you watching an ad, with you not having ads show up for you. But for Turbo, it does. So Turbo, you won't see the ad, but it still counts as revenue for the streamer if you have Turbo. But if you're subbed, then you only get the sub at revenue, but not the ad that played for the subscriber that won't see the ad. I don't know if that makes sense. Does that make sense? That's why I do OnlyFans. That's my no, I'm just like I said, I'm just putting it to light because I think if you guys like watch, I'm sure you guys watch other streamers and stuff like that. So like, and maybe they don't really talk about it like this, but like some of your other favorite streamers that might not be big names or whatnot, like we're all going through it. This is the reality for all of us that don't have like big sponsorships or the like. It's really bad on Twitch. Kick, I mean, Kick you don't really get ad revenue at all. You just get subscriber revenue, but you get to keep a bigger portion of your subscriber revenue. So like with Twitch, it's 50-50. Unless you're a partner plus, then it's 60-40. If you're a partner plus 2, then it's 70-30. But getting a partner plus 2 is like literally impossible unless you're a big name. So 60-40 is the best a smaller streamer is going to be able to do. How much a 30-40K viewer Twitch streamer makes per day? 30-40K with the CCV. Depends on how many hours they're streaming. But let's just say hypothetically they stream for 6 hours, 30-40K viewers for 6 hours. Easily probably like $1,100, $1,200. Maybe a little bit more, just depending. That number was probably closer to 2,000 like a year ago for like that amount of concurrent viewerships. For like a 6-hour stream. So if they stream for 12 hours, they would have probably made like 4 or 5K. No, $1,100 to $1,200. Not $700. No, they definitely make more than that. Do you get your fans from Lowe's or Home Depot? Nah, man. BJ's Hardware, the lesser known hardware store. I get my viewers from the pawn shop, man. Can't afford the new appliances from Lowe's or Home Depot. I'm so open about, maybe too open. No, it's all good. Like I think it's good to know. As long as the streamer is not like talking about it to like beg for stuff or whatever. You say, hey, please give me this because I'm surviving or trying to survive with that. As long as they're not like using it for like profit, it's fine. I'm just telling you analytics because of what they are. I'll give you a great example. So when I say I was doing good, okay, I'll tell you what I was doing for my size. Like my size as a streamer this time around last year or early last year to mid last year, like the first month of a season would net me about $2,500 for about like between $2,500 or $2,500 to maybe $3,000 for the month, for the first month of a new season. And that's when me streaming about 180, 190 hours that month, right? Like that was good. Like that I would consider it good for a streamer of my size. Like that was good. I'm like, okay, you know, and then of course it drops per month as the season gets, you know, people stop playing the season and people get bored and move to other stuff. But the first month was always like that good. And then it would like taper down to like maybe $1,300 at the following month and then $700 the next month until the new season comes back. And then it, you know, boosts back up to like 3,000 again. Then it's like 1,500 for the second month. And then it's like 1,000 the third month of like that. That's how my income was last year and the year before that. Right. For streaming and YouTube and whatnot. It was actually a good second job, a good second income. Right now. And it's not even the people. Like I still get the same, like a very similar amount of viewers. But now I barely get like maybe $300 a month now. I went from being like for like the first month of a stream. So like this month, or sorry, this time next month, I'll probably see maybe $500 maybe total for about 160 hours streamed. Versus what it used to be. Like you see how big the drop off is, and it's not anything that you guys are doing or whatever like that. It's literally just Twitch, and that's majority from ad revenue. Apocalypse for the most, well, something like that. Like you see what I mean though? Like you see, like that's terrible for like a small guy like me. But for instance, like let's take Rax. Let's take Rax, right? I don't know what he actually makes because he has sponsorships and other things and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure he brings in at least about 10K a month, at the minimum, at least. I would probably say even more than that, like maybe like 13, 14K a month. The ad revenue hit for a guy like that might drop a good 2K or something, 2,000, 3,000. So for him, he's still set, right? Because he has the other source of revenue and that isn't ad revenue. But you have to make it to that point to not get screwed at the end of the day, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not this isn't hating on Rax by any means. Like I love Rax like a brother, you know. So I'm, you know, totally happy to see where, you know, that he is doing what he's doing, right? I'm just saying that the ad drop for a guy like him is going to have very small effect versus a smaller guy naturally. I appreciate the follows. All right, let's also get to the um to the build planners real quick. Like I said, I was gonna do. I don't use OnlyFans because I'm in love with my air conditioner. But the only way small streamers can find out is if someone talks about it. Yeah, that's fair. Uh oh. It looks like the game is crashing. The game is crashing as I try to leave the game. Awkward. I mean, I was trying to leave anyway. You don't have to crash and force me out. Okay. All right. Let me bring this up so you guys can see. Let me know if you guys can see this or not. There we go. Can you guys see that? Boom. Good. SRC good this season? Very good. It has the strongest pit push variant right now, so it's actually our seeker is actually considered meta this season for push and whatever. Yeah, folks like Asmin would never even notice it. Yeah, pretty much. They won't. Yours did that last night too. Eric, what's going on, man? Yeah, this time. All right. Yeah, so I did update the pit push thing of that. I do need to make a yeah, no, I do have CQC. This is what I need to put in the guide at some point. Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. Although I need to change that out though. Duncan, appreciate this. 16 months in a row. Appreciate you. Let's see, serve as Ahokax. Kind of want to do Cry actually. Neo Cry. Make Arc Seeker every season. I find it fun. You and me both, sir. You and me both. I do it every season as well. Well, I kind of have to because I have to write the guide. But even if I wasn't responsible for it on Maxro, I still would do it every season. I don't think I really changed anything else here from that, but I go close quarters combat there. Yep. Paragon board all stays the same. Appreciate the follow. That's it. But I need to put this inside of the guide itself. But let me do all the planner changes first, and then I'll go back and start inserting them in the guide. Let me double check my rain of arrows real quick. All right, so this is the victimized one. Primary resource is all there. Okay. All the Paragon board stuff is still the same. Although I guess, nah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I was thinking like fluidity, but nah. I still like control. Control is good for speed stuff. The smaller streamers are really facing hard times. Streaming is deeply improbable. It's deeply improbable though. So Kick at least has all that gambling money. And that's the thing. Like there's ethical reasons why some people just won't join Kick. Right? And then you have to kind of like get your people to want to, you know, switch to Kick to watch you. And like if you're a big enough streamer, you can do that. But like a small streamer can't just go, all right, screw Twitch. We're all going to Kick tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make Kick happen. I'm gonna stream a Kick. I better see y'all tomorrow. Y'all all sub there to me. You know, so like, you know, yeah, you just can't really. But yeah, so the amount of money that Asmon uses Twitch every day is mind-boggling. He doesn't run ads. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he's at a point where he doesn't have to, right? His between his YouTube and sponsorships and, you know, groups that he's part of, he's set. He's totally set for life. Easy. He doesn't need the money. Twitch, yeah, pretty much. That is fair. Yeah, he is losing Twitch money. It's kind of hilarious when you think about it. Is this Random Arrows better than season 7 Random Arrows? I mean, technically, yes. Yeah, let's go to regular Random Arrows here, Mythics. I don't think I had to make any changes here, but I did need to do primary resource restore. They have Sky Hunter though. Actually, I need to boot the game back up to find out something real quick. I want to make sure when the tempers are where it needs to be. You remember when that rumor was circling that was going to start paying people like an hourly wage to stream? Right. Yeah, right. Well, keep in mind, like streaming was kind of profitable for a small time frame during COVID when no one else had when people had nothing else better to do. So like advertisers like spent a lot of money on Twitch for Twitch ads or whatever. And then once COVID ended and like the gamer bubble kind of popped because, you know, all these companies were like hiring and making games because people were actually playing them a lot more during the COVID time frame. And when people went back to, you know, reality, when the, you know, world started really opening up and stuff again, then like we started seeing all the layoffs that we see right now. Like all the layoffs we see right now is people over hiring during COVID, including Twitch on Amazon. Or whatever. And then of course advertisers started pulling out, and then once that happened, you know, yeah. So yeah, it was a domino effect of things. The economics of streamers have always been bad for the public. Yeah, I'm just saying like it wasn't nearly as bad. It almost felt like it was doable during the pandemic is what I'm saying. Like they weren't like, you know, buying yachts and stuff off of pandemic streams or pandemic streaming or whatever, but it wasn't nearly as like doomsday scenario as it kind of has been in the recent. That's all I'm saying. I feel like I kind of have to go with primary heart seeker here to make sure you have enough energy. I realized that like it becomes a bit hard to play. Like you miss a shot and like you can't cast at all with this setup, which feels pretty bad. Surveys Zancax. All right, so we need to do that. As far as important to have a job, AI can take. Hey man, AI can take over streaming pretty soon, probably too. It's only a matter of time. And well, I meant like, oh yeah, I know. I was just being cheeky. You're right though. Yeah. So I think we finished with this. Rain. I think rain is fine. We already got a lot of Heart Seeker already. I do need to fix Barrage and Rapid Fire. They probably need the biggest love here. I think I did a little bit already. I did what? Air Perdition here. I actually didn't even finish the update. But I don't think I could go Starless. I remember when I was playing it, I couldn't keep up the barrier. I couldn't spend enough energy. But also the problem I had was without Starless, I spent too much energy because of Crown. You get a free spot at TwitchCon if I had to go? Nope. Not at all. I think yeah, so probably gonna need to drop Starless here. We'll go with Scoundrel's Kiss. I mean, let's be real. No one's gonna truly play Rapid Fire, but I do need it to feel a little bit better for those of you. Let's go here. Was it a skull? Must have been. We need to change the Scoundrel's Kiss to, I believe, Grasser's Shadows. Grasser's Shadows versus Shroud. I say Grasp. Because this is gonna, yeah. And then I did Cervex, Neomot, that's fine. Chaos perks. I think I was able to do Power Siphon still. I'm pretty sure. Actually, was I able to do Power Siphon without Starless? Because I have to spin. Should be able to because I was able to get resources back from having Lucky Hit Chance on the Fist of Fate. But I also don't need to recruit an attack speed anymore. We can just do this. Lucky Hit. That should be able to give me 100 attack speed from both categories combined. 8. Wait, is my music thing not showing up for whatever strange reason? My Spotify? I think I know what happened. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I know what happened. This is a really good epic rap battle, by the way. I think that is really about it. But I do need to change that for the ancestral variant too, though. No, actually, no. No, I don't. I do not. That maybe I need to remove Ahu So we need to do Sir Neomot. because I say I was from Brazil and receiving USS. Now they're singing Brazilian ads. What happened? Yeah, we're good. So now we need to do the same thing with Barrage. The figure release track actually worked 100% the way I expected it to. We can't do CAX, so we need to do Cervex. And if his name is DJ, so we gas him with the song. Oh, I forgot something. Rapid fire. Then tally all my task speed. Oh, and I have to change something here. My armor at. Okay, so now we're gonna have to do diamond. And my task speed was like 58%, somewhere around that range. 8.8% that category. And then of course combination dagger is 36. So really what we need to do is get the GA on that. Make sure that we cap. All right, now we're good. I gotta make sure the ancestral lines up. Well, I guess no, not really. I guess that works. Now I can go to the barrage. Much of the same things. Best Neo Mott. I keep the Starless guys here because that makes that I'm not worried about losing the barrier. So that works. I don't think I have to change. I really don't have to do anything different here with Barrage. Barrage actually doesn't feel that bad to play. Go for Maker, it's just Barrage itself just doesn't really have the umph. Like it just doesn't hit hard at all. And no matter how much you try to like boost up or whatever, it just doesn't have that. It just doesn't have that hit. So like it feels some kind of way. Actually, you know what I could do though? Nah, I need the double shadow clone damage thing. I was gonna say we can do Grasp of Shadows here somewhere. Actually, might be better than doing Fist of. Oh no, probably not. Actually, probably so. Now that I think about it. So we don't need to. I'll remove the pit push variant for because they don't really exist. All right. I mean, that's mostly it. I think now my changes need to be more so on the back end, going inside the guide itself. All right, so this is the part you guys can't see. I'm not allowed to show you the back end. But you guys can stare at the planner and the stream itself. Guess which one I should start with. Let's start with the arrows. X-ray vision, you can see it. I kind of want to add it to the top part. I might need to add the disclaimer for the resources too. Wait, that's the wrong elixir. We need to change that. That is totally my fault. So just be resourceful. correct resource first. Very important for the build. To version. Maybe we just add another. We'll add another variant, which will be the victimized one. Actually, can I copy all? Should be able to. And make a new one. I don't really even know what to call it. um, this version brings out a simple rotation that of it more providing it more ability and the regular not original variant. Typically that I have to embed that too. Bro, throw Frigid for having just one build is so annoying. It feels like you have to farm for like 4 or 5 hours to like roll your amulet like 30 times to not see any improvement on it. Like, all right, go again tomorrow. D4 season seems to have come and gone with little fanfare. Um, you mean like this season in general, or I feel like the thing to think about too is it's kind of hard to say. Like I feel like at the same time too, like as each season that happens, think about it. Every season that goes by will also have more games also come out at the time, right? So like as each season, comes on, there's more and more competition for your time. Um and then also not only that, but you also got the whole idea of like, some people who might have been like, all right, I gave the game this shot for 9 seasons. I didn't enjoy season 9. I'm just not gonna bother season. And it's like it's gonna be difficult to kind of see a mainstay until like the next expansion hits. But I will say that some of us, I think, I will say that I actually enjoy this season more than last season. Sure. So I'll play a little longer than I did last season. But the inevitable is going to happen where I'm going to get to the point where there really is nothing else to do besides like pit stuff. And I'm going to be like, I really don't want to do pit pushing at all. So, and then I'm just pretty much going to fall off a bit. And that's how it's going to go for me. But I will say this season it's going to happen slower than it did last season. But it's inevitable. Probably starting next week or so. Like I'll definitely kind of taper down a little bit. Start playing. I really want to play some Hades too. There's also Borderlands 4 that came out a few weeks before the season launch. There's just a lot going on, man. It's kind of hard to, given what the game offers at the moment, it's kind of hard to kind of keep someone's attention for that long period of time. Not much to grind for. But the Chaos Myth, the Chaos Uniques was a really cool idea. I will admit, and I really like that. I put this in the guide. Or interestingly enough, though, I would say more. There's been quite a bit of positive reception for this particular season. You just got to keep in mind that, like, in terms of long-term playability, the game has a pretty long way to go still. It's like I did it with Rain of Arrows. So now that I did that, I might need y'all's help for a second. All right, chat. You guys can take a look at the preview, see if that looks okay. Specifically, if the new variant actually showed up under the variants tab. Should. On my end, it looks like it is, but I don't know if it's through. I mean, I don't have the Song of the Mountain on this one. I don't need it because yeah, because of the WordCon. That's what it is. Does versatility glyph work on traps? Yeah, because technically speaking, the trap. So the traps gets the core tag, but it's still technically not a core skill. It just gets the tag, if that makes sense. I know it's a bit confusing. Yeah. Yeah, it benefits from technically still not being a technical core skill. It just gets the core skill tag, but it's still technically considered a trap. All right, so random variables is done. Seeker. I think I'm just gonna do the I need to make sure that the wording matches the hit push variant that I end up doing. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't have to do anything different here. Oh, good. The wording matches stuff. Square with the sub, appreciate you. Sorry if it seems like I'm not doing much. I'm actually doing work behind the scenes. I'm like actually inside the guides on the back end. Hey, Rogue is strong this season, but so complex and need perfect role in almost everything for full potential. Why make it so hard? No. So that's only the case for Death Trap. Death Trap is like that. The others are not so much. Like Heartseeker is pretty easy. You don't need perfect anything for Heartseeker. Anything with Dance of Knives and Flurry, they're all kind of like pretty easy to gear for. But if you're trying to play DT, then yeah, you're in for a very rough time. Trying to gear it up. Gotta apps. Alright, so we got Heartseeker. Does marksman projectiles casting twice have effect over 100%? No. Nope. Once it hits 100%, you get no more value out of it. So Shadow Imbuement says it explodes to 40x damage. 40x what damage? Is your base damage or your attack damage? Your weapon damage. Weapon damage, or based on the Shadow Imbuement itself. So it's really not. So like it's 40x of next to nothing, which is why we don't use it for much of anything. Shadow Step did for some time. I actually don't know if it still does or not. But we just don't scale with like weapon based damage that well. That's primarily the issue. Yeah, pretty much. Like 40x, of nothing is still kind of nothing at the end of the day. I didn't run. Oh yeah, I already did cry already. Okay, cool. We'll just need the planner here. Put it in the website. that again. Skill tree. Whoops. Guess we can just use that. That's all I have to do here. Go down here and about what I changed. It feels like poison if that's where it's your attack base damage. Should be looking something nice. But the purpose of shadow beams is the 12% multi of the mist shadow beams for non-physical builds. Yep, pretty much. Which is kind of sad. It's sad that that's kind of what it's, you know, what it's basically pretty much is. I got to change the barrage. I think those are probably the biggest things that I definitely had to change. Rapid fire is next. And then also just remove the pit. The pit push version. Actually, no, I'll leave it. I'll remove the barrage one. guess I just need to just let them know that I updated the Paragon and the planner stuff. Take this. Oh, yeah. I had to rapid fire. For barrage, I need to just take out the pit push. All right, I think I have one more. But at the barrages. And I should not leave the pit push from there. No one's gonna do it, but I'm gonna leave it. Yeah. Fifth pick variance. I don't know. I just not copy and paste the thing. It would have been a lot easier for me under the change log. Why did it? I hope it's it. I say all the time, but I need to be saying MJ was something. Yeah, yeah. When I was a kid, I this was like my favorite song growing up. My brothers was Beat It, but like this was when I was singing with like my little like Fisher Price karaoke machine when I was young. It's like a picture of me at like 3 years old with like the mic and everything, just kind of going off on this song. Funny because like when I was like a, you know, teenager or preteen, whatever you want to call it, around that time frame, I was like always embarrassed about that picture. But now I look back at it and I'm like, yo, that was bomb. I had the afro and everything. You play a ton of Sega Genesis Michael Jackson game. The Wii U one is actually is it Wii U? The Wii U one was actually kind of neat. Like the music game or whatever. Yeah, I think that is it. I think all my stuff is updated. Game amplifier, heart rating, all there. No variant. Amplify Barrage. Renover. 5. Guess we did it. I guess that was actually all I had planned for for tonight. I think now that I played everything that I'm responsible for, I think I'm going to start working on min maxing 1 or 2 builds that I actually like playing. So like truly start min maxing, like actually like resetting Masterworks, getting the proper ones for Heartseeker. Probably Heartseeker and Miranda of Arrows would be the 2 I play the most. And Invigorating Strike on the side because that's actually stronger than I thought it was gonna be, and feels really good to play. With the Crime Rune especially, so I'll probably be doing some min maxing that way. Yeah, there'll be probably not any more experimenting until I guess Tuesday with some of the newer things or whatnot, but it'll be mostly all right. I'm gonna settle down, play these like this build or these builds, kind of sort of thing, for the remainder of the season. And as the season starts to wind down, before we get a PTR, I do want to jump into some Hades too. Now that that's out, because that's a lot of fun to play. So I'm kind of looking forward to doing that. So, and I'll stream that too as well. But let's raid out here. For those looking at any of my guides, there, like I said before, they're all updated. So you'll have the most recent info there. Where'd it go? Yeah. I guess we can go to Makuna. Wow. 13 hours. I slept 13 hours, Makuna. Okay. That's why he's up, I guess. Jugula, you too, man. Yeah, enjoy Makuna. Makuna's a good dude. And I will not see you Monday night, but I will see you Tuesday night when the patch drops. We'll talk more about it there. Talk about the changes, see whether they feel good or not, and then go from there. But until then, till next time, y'all.